Hello, hello. Good time of day, everyone. So, today is going to be a little long, and I probably will leave a few times and have this furnace turn on a few times, but we'll get through it. So, first off, I would like to just have a moment of silence. Just to say, still will be missed, and got me into this whole dang thing. No, that's not going to work. Well, that's enough of that. So, we'll save that. Can live as that. Just for today, I am doing Draw a Box. Draw a Box is a semi-notorious little thing where you draw a lot of boxes. Uh, Let me pin this in here. Can I pin from here? Yes, I can. So, if you want to take a look at it, take a look at it. If you don't, don't. I have done this once before, not fully because I had utterly destroyed. One second, let me adjust something a little quickly. I think I overcompensated. As usual, my setup is trash. But anyways, going on while I fix up mouth. Open. That should be good enough. Alright. Anyways, so I have done this once in the past with actual traditional material. Did not actually get completely to the end, but today I'm going to get as far as I can. The Drawbox is a very basic course in to get you into drawing and the three-dimensionality of trying to draw from imagination, other such things. Now my Ace Bite's a little out of date, but that doesn't matter in the slightest. Anyways, let me open a giant canvas. My favorite size ratio. And drop this in here. Make a new layer. And we're going to skip over lesson 0, but I might as well do a brief summary of it. There we go. Lesson 0 is effectively saying how to draw a box, how draw a box is going to be going, what to expect, and what sort of materials you would need for it, and some of the core fundamentals wanted in this. Anyways, going into lesson 1. Let me actually put it up here. I apologize if I'm missing on chat. I have too many big windows open. Drawbox also came with videos. I forgot about this, though I think I used them. It's been a while. Yeah, this is just going over. You can use video text, some reminders. And lesson 1, using your arm. This is something that actually I found to be very useful going forward in drawing. The long and short is you have 3 axes you can use. You could use your wrist, which gets you these little lines right here, very fine detail. You could use your elbow, which gets you these longer lines, and then you can use your shoulder, which gets you even longer lines. And generally, you should draw from the shoulder, because you actually do have a lot of control for it, and it doesn't absolutely destroy your wrists. I think I end up mostly drawing from my elbow, but that is a valid thing to bring up. Draw your arm, hover handing. Ah, yes. Hover handing. This is a concept of... I'm sort of blitzing through this because I literally just want to hit the lessons and draw a million things. But hover handing is pretty much you go over where you want your line to fall from the start to the end. Like I have this here, I have this here, and you go over it and then you finally just do it. It's basically a practice step. It's almost what you see a lot of digital artists do when they keep doing this, which pains me a little bit. Because it's drawing with a lack of confidence, because, yeah, you're undoing. Anyways, but whatever gets the job done. And then the ways to hold pens, which is, there is a couple grips. They won't be relevant for this because I am using a mouse. Mark making. I will actually bring this over. Just talking about standard sort of... This is a bad line. This is a bad line. This is a good line. Smooth, continuous, unbroken. You won't be seeing a lot of those, but... Anyways. And mostly how you get to that is by being confident. And nobody ever explains what confident means. This is a not confident line because, you know, it's exactly what it says there. It's hesitant, it's stiff, it's wobbly, it doesn't go there. This is a confident line. It goes from point A to point B. They say the flow is more important than accuracy. Nobody likes seeing gaps in line work. But mostly true. And you get that by drawing with the joint that will get you the line you want. I.e., if you have a long line that's far away, you have to draw from your shoulder. You're not getting there by drawing from your wrist and then slowly inching across the page, because it will just literally be move a bit more, move a bit more, move a bit more. But if you draw from your shoulder, you go here, here, and just whoop. It's not going to be get great with the mouse, but I'm here to do the lessons to get better with my mouse work. Anyways. Going to copy over another image of here. Marks must maintain a consistent trajectory. You know what? Let's read this from the top down. When it comes to the marks you draw, there are 3 overarching rules. Marks should be continuous and unbroken. Marks should flow smoothly. Marks must maintain a consistent trajectory. Let's look at each one of these in detail. Marks should be continuous and unbroken, which was the first one I showed with, well, Bop. Might as well. You can't see anything, and that's bad. Not that you can read anything with the resolution I bring stuff in as. Can I stretch this a bit more without taking up too much of the screen? There we go. Okay, back to this. This essentially means that every line we draw should consist of a single mark. Beginners, due to their heavy reliance on drawing from their wrist, tends to make short marks. As I went a little bit earlier, but from their wrists, tend to make short marks. When they want to achieve a longer stroke, they'll draw a lot of overlapping marks, building up that line that that line up gradually in what is known as chicken scratching. In other words, students may find situations where they want to represent certain lines in a dashed or dotted format. For example, if we're drawing through a box as though we have x-ray vision, we might want to draw the edges and Anyways, neither of these strategies should be employed during the course. Even every drawing here is an exercise, and one of the overarching goals is to help train you to be more confident and purposeful in your marks. This means executing every line as a single intentional stroke. And I'll skip over the commentary. That is the death knell of a lot of people trying to teach art, but sometimes people use it somewhere. Though I think he actually goes over it and like, yeah, but they know what they're doing. On to part 2 of this. Marks must flow smoothly. The act of drawing a line has 2 main challenges. We want to draw our lines to be accurate. We want to draw our lines to be smooth. Beginners often prioritize accuracy first, thinking that it's more important that their lines reach their intended point. But this is incorrect. The most important thing you need to focus on first is keeping your marks smooth and consistent. The reason is simple. We can generally execute pretty smooth marks now by simply changing the way in which we approach the tasks. If we draw as confidently as we can without concern for where we want the lines to fall, our marks will always come out smoothly, just not accurately. Smooth follows in something we achieve by the approach we employ. Accuracy, on the other hand, is something we'll have to improve in practice. Or with practice. Nail down our confident stroke from the shoulder, and as you practice it, your accuracy will catch up as well. If you do the opposite, focusing on accuracy now, it will be vastly more difficult for you to make those marks smooth with practice. It may work eventually, but I wouldn't want to wait around to find out. Next little image they have. 500s. Why you be so big? We don't need that. Any comments from the peanut gallery? No. Okay. Marks must maintain a consistent trajectory. There are a lot of situations where you want to capture something that has a repeating pattern. When doing so, don't attempt to capture all of it at once. Instead of zigzagging back and forth and repeating the same pattern, break it up into separate strokes, each one with a simple, purposeful trajectory. This is one I'm not too familiar with, but yeah. When dealing with a smoother wave, it is often better to start with a smooth line and then build individual bumps into it. We'll use this quite a bit in Lesson 3, when we draw the wavy edge detail on leaves. When drawing something more jagged, like fur, it's important that you purposely design the tufts of fur, making a stroke to go up, a stroke to come back down, another going up once more, and so on. This allows us to be intentional with how we make the marks. Zigzagging back and forth, on the other hand, will cause us to go into autopilot, as all the repeating patterns tend to. This will result in the same boring, flat outcome that we will lose all sense of character and intentional control. Avoid this wherever you can. So a later lesson thing, homework. This is what I want. Do not grind. Do not rush. Read all instructions carefully. Take breaks. Well, I will be taking breaks. I have a pseudo snack tray that didn't come with the tray, but it has all the crackers and sausage slices I would like for a holiday. Okay. Whoop. Yeah. I still need to finish a bit of that, but it's been an interesting few weeks. Life has just been interesting in general. Anyways, okay. So, instruction run. homework 2 pages with superimposed lines. Wop. This exercise is pretty straightforward. As shown here, start with a simple straight line with a ruler, or straight edge of some sort. Now I want you to draw directly on top of that guideline and repeat this stroke freehand 8 times. Pretty simple, right? First, try it with a relatively short line in a couple of inches. Once you've done that a few times and feel confident, double the length. Then try a half page. Then try a full page. As the stroke gets longer and longer, it will get more and more difficult. Also try some marking lines and some waves, even though waves will definitely be difficult. The purpose of this exercise. Every exercise has a specific purpose to it, and how you approach it is going to depend on what you're aiming to get out of it. In this case, this exercise is all about confidence. As you draw your superimposed strokes, you will notice that you're not going to be able to see what your pen is drawing, because your hand will be blocking it. I'm sure left-handed people know this a lot. Because your hand will be blocking it, and it will make it particularly difficult to guide the stroke as you go. Ultimately, that's the point. You're going to need to remember, back to the lesson, you're not meant to guide the stroke as you execute it. You will be pushing forward with confidence, persistent pace, trusting in your muscle memory and letting your arm do what it does best. Some students find that looking towards the end point can help in this regard. Below you'll find a number of common mistakes I've seen from artists over the years. Okay, let's just grab these. Wobbly. Smooth and consistent. Fraying is okay for now. A wobbly line, as shown here, suggests that you're hesitating and not quite giving up control. You're guiding your hand as you draw with your conscious brain, and it's course correcting as you go and causing the wobbles. You can trust in your muscle memory and allow your arm to do its job. This will result in what I call fraying. One end, like the fraying at the end of the rope, where different strokes are separated from the guideline. But this is entirely normal. It will reduce with practice and time, but for now, it is something to be expected, to see, and don't regard it as a mistake. Okay, next one. Copy paste. As mentioned above, fraying on the far end is normal and expected at this stage. Fraying at both ends, however, suggests that you're not taking the time to position your pen correctly at the start of the point of your guideline, and that you're just kind of winging it. The thing about confidence is that it's not without its preparation. We draw confidently because we're allowed to do everything, or we're allowed doing everything we can to ensure success. This doesn't mean success is guaranteed, but there is simply nothing else to be done, and therefore no use worrying about or hesitating. And here we go, a snapshot of what they've done. So we're going to want 2 pages of this. Simple enough. Yep. All right. So as very much as put here, let's just, because we're not actually using a sheet of paper, let's just itematize this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 short ones, half-sized ones, and then 6 full-sized ones, and we put some curves in there for some fun. Sorry, I am just thinking, so 920 might be a little big. And we want this to be a sheet of paper, so let's go with 920 down there. 1080, divide by 2. There we go, we got a sheet of paper. And we can Okay, what does a pixel look like on here? That's what 3 pixels look like. Let's go with that. Something like a quarter sheet of the paper. And we have the straightest ruler you wouldn't believe. Okay, time to start. 1. I think actually my mouse pad may get in the way because it has that little hand rest. Okay. 2. 3. Oh, that's a bad one. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. Actually, let's update this. Draw a bunch of lines. Oh, wait, that's there we go. Okay, that's 1 done. Let's do something a little lighter. Okay. So put it down here, drag across. That was with the wrist. There we go, that's with the elbow. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But can't win them all. Okay, let's make this a little bigger so we can see our mistakes better. And go back to this color. Okay, down to 3. Okay. Loosen up the arm. Draw with the elbow. Or, nope. 2. Draw with the shoulder. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. I've never looked into a lot of the techniques that left-handed artists use versus right-handed artists, but I think mostly problems come from writing. When you do the page, you just do it from the opposite side. But yeah, writing is pain. Okay. Start here. 1. Oops. 2. Don't correct. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. I don't know if the mouse is correcting for this or if it's just like literally the dots per inch I'm using. Because I got a few too many suspiciously straight ones for my taste. One. Whoop. Nope. Draw from the shoulder. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. I'll just reiterate, like, dried from the wrist gets the short one. That's why that was short, because I just went to it. So if I, like, go left to right with my wrist, it does that. If I go left to right with my elbow, it does that. If I go left to right with my shoulder, it can do that. Like, I had more to spare. Like, the effect is really exaggerated in using a mouse, but it's the same thing. Boop. What did I say? 6 of these, and then, yep. And we want 2 pages of this, so I've made terrible mistakes, haven't I? I guess the curves go over there, and then I just do long lines all the way down. Can I expand this a bit more without screwing stuff up? It can be behind me, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I half expect halfway through this I'm just going to update my avatar and be a different type of box. But that's later. Okay, anyways, 1. Stop doing the wrist. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7, 8. Okay, so we got 6 of those. Let's just go full because, well, it's not going to make much of a difference digitally. So let's do them in sets of 6 and get them all down in the first place. All right. Keep this at 100. Loosen the shoulders up. And 1. I think software helped me there. 2. With confidence. You can see where my confidence stopped and like, oh, am I going a little too far? And then I just went all the way off. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. Okay, lock elbow, lock wrist. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. Carpal tunnel. 8. I can't be folding this early. I have to at least put out for a couple hours. Okay. 1. 2. 3. 4. I want to drop 250 boxes. 6. 7. 8. Okay. 1. Boring stream. Why did I do this? Well, all my streams are boring. 5. 6. 7. 8. Okay, let's try not tensing up all my wrists and muscles so I can go with it. Maybe it won't be as annoying. 1. Okay. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. Be fast. 8. Confidence is fast. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. Whoops. 8. One thing I probably actually should be doing, I would do in real life, is probably ghosted, where, as I said, you pick the point you want to go, and then you motion over without touching the line back and forth. So you basically get some practice in before you commit to it. I'm literally only moving the thing a couple centimeters. So I don't have to. Anyways. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. Oh, I have so much page here. Though I think I'll just repeat the stuff up here. Well, yeah. Like, one thing that actually probably kind of ruined me from doing art in college was the teacher wanting you to get off guidelines as soon as possible. And I think that ruins a lot of people because it's still a thing. Like, you have to actually get good before you drop all guidelines. And most professionals don't drop the basic guidelines because it helps you figure out, oh, I screwed up here. And you don't commit to the drawing first before you remove the guidelines. You have to learn to crawl before you learn to walk, and then you can run. Now, sprint out of the gate. 1, 2, 3. I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. I can only count to 4. 4. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And these ones went off the edge of the page. Itchy. Whoops. Ni. Sen. Yon. Go. Whoops. Roku. Hachi. I don't know German enough. 2. 3. 4. 5. The joke would have been funny. 6. 7. Whoops. 8. I'm not even going to try finish. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. Latin? No. 2. 3. 4. You know, if I remembered the Hebrew letters, I could joke that way. But I don't. Okay. So that basic ones. And one thing I think they probably did go over is that we have a natural tendency to go like, we have one good line direction. And we can build on the others, but we will always have one good line direction. Okay, so we're going to rotate the canvas. Whatever, okay. And now I am going to do the curved ones, which will kill me. So, like that. Good enough. Excuse me. Okay. I want to go like that. One. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. Okay. So just need to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The one thing with curves, I know there are mathematical ways to describe them, but there really isn't any good things besides their basic shape, and this always kind of gets me on, like, thinking of how to describe these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Because you know you have your J curve, your S curve, your C curve. Nothing describes anything that goes on besides the basic shape. And that's always irked me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Well, I did better than I expected. But I mean, when you're on the ground floor, like, what's to be expected? 180 this. So I am going to take a second, because this is surprisingly rough on me. 2/10. Okay. Just stretch wrist a little bit. So let me just look back at the page and see what the other lessons would be. So this is Lines homework. This is the first one. Which is 2 pages of this, and the next one is going to be Ghosted Lines, which I will go over, but I don't really feel a need to do this because, well, it's kind of cheating more. If I had an actual tablet, I would do it. But I'm not doing stuff with tablet. I'm doing stuff with a mouse. We'll think about it, though. And then we have Ghosted Planes. Ooh. And then you could submit to people and they will yell at you harshly in a loving manner to try and get you to do better. Clearly, that's how it works, right? When you ask for, help on the internet. Okay. Let me take a sippy of my premium caffeine. Caffeine. Okay. Let's get back to the half line one, or half page ones. I could draw the most perfect left-right line. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hello, we are doing Draw a Box, where we draw a bunch of lines and destroy our wrists in the process. Yep, don't zoom into it. We're doing this at 100. And so far, it's make a perfectly straight line and then try and go over it. Using the basics of draw from your shoulder, not from your wrists. Though I'm half cheating with a mouse, because less distance traveled. But it's good to not, because as I could see, I was starting to do things with my wrists and everything went bad. Anyways, back to 8 lines per stroke. 1. 2. Where did it all go? Draw with competence. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I feel that the mouse in the software is doing some of the work for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Also, I can't even switch mouse hands because this is a stand-up mouse. Therefore, my wrist doesn't turn for it. I've never touched DPI on my mouse. Never have. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, ah ha ha. 2, ah ha ha. 3, ah ha ha. 4, ah ha ha. 5, ah ha ha. 6, ah ha ha. 7, and an 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I should, that's a mistake. I should have drawn it from that. Anyway, let's get 12 more lines and then possibly take a bit of a break while I read the next one. So, whoop. Wait. Cheat to win. Wait, where'd he go? I copied that, right? Oh, I'm... What the heck's going on? Copy, paste. Okay. Copy, paste. Oh, whatever. Not worth... I hate finding new features in software. There's possibly something I hit wrong, and now it's copy paste doesn't work. It's just how software is. Okay. But really, like, that's fine. Still one layer. If I don't touch the edges, will you work? Yeah? Okay, fine. No idea. Okay. Back to the masochism. Limber up. Here to here. Move that bump in the mouse pad slightly out of the way. Here to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Remember, counting on stream is fine as long as you're counting up. 1, 2, 3. The Tootsie Pop was eaten at this point. 5, 6, 7, 8. On a scale of 1 to dumb ideas, this is a pretty dumb idea. I mean, I really just want to draw 1,000,000 boxes. Well, 250 to be exact. But I'm at 4 lines right now. Now 5. I'm fraying over here. I shouldn't be. 6, 7, whoops, 8. Well, halfway done on this set, and that was a really bad line. 1. Okay. I'm putting my wrist down. That's why. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, if only I had a mod that like would randomly change the color of my line within a set parameter. 1, 2. I'm sure there's a plugin for that. 3, 4, 5, 6. Ugh. Yep. Stop putting wrist down. 6, 7, 8. I put wrist down. I do the terrible turn down here. Then I bring wrist up, and then it goes all completely wacky. It is consistent. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, mild rest. And it's, you know, the most worthless thing to draw with a mouse to try to draw straight lines. Because I could draw with a mouse straight lines. Absolutely perfect. It's everything else I do with a mouse that's kind of, you know, iffy. Okay, now on to the final set, and then we read about ghosting lines. Which I assume is, I mean, you set them up for a date, and then you just don't show up. Ugh. Two, 3, 4. But yeah, I had in the past done this before traditional material. I did not finish because I destroyed all my fine liners trying to do this. I should have did it with ballpoint pens. 7, 8. That was a kind of pricey attempt. Now I could probably attempt it again. Oh, God. 3, 4. Because I just have a stockpile of them. Yeah. 7, 8. I'm changing color. Because I tend to burn out certain pens, and I'm like, oh, I need to get a new set because I need that specific size that I use for drawing outlines or I use for drawing hair. I only use 3 pen sizes. From, what are these? The Microns. 6, 7, 8. I use the 3, 1, 2. So anyways, I use the 3 to work mostly with finer detail. And the 5. Ah, god darn it. I am getting worse. I use mostly for edge outlines. Yeah. 7. Be confident. The 8 I use for very dark strokes, and background stuff. Sometimes I use it for outline. 1, 2. Ooh, I'm getting worse as time goes around. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, last one for now. Almost had it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't be too loose. 7. 8. It might be better just not having that bump up. The wrist support on the mouse pad, I think I hit it a little bit and it changes the angle of my mouse. And also I just put, naturally just grind wrist right into that. So anyways, we have done that portion. Now let me open up a new tab on here. No, I don't need to open up the tab yet because I need to look at the web page. What does it say for one page filled of ghost lines? Woo. Ghosting lines is a technique I first learned from Scott Robertson, specifically from this hyperlinked DVD link from years ago. And it's really become, at least on a conceptual level, the backbone of how I want my students to think. As you should now be familiar with the concept of executing your marks with confidence, the ghosting method helps us to break the mark-making process into a series of steps that allows us to draw with the same confidence while improving the accuracy of our results. It also forces us to think and consider our intentions before each and every mark we put down. Since the technique is all about the process of mark making, I will break it down into 3 steps. Let's look at each one in turn. My grandfather had one of these. I did not inherit it because he moved to a different house. I really wanted that. I mean, it was far after by the time he didn't have it anymore. But the drawing board, yes, he did some architectural drawing stuff. But yeah. I miss that thing. I took it for granted. Now I'm stuck here trying to find easels and stuff. Anyways, enough about me. Let's go back to on how to ghost your lines. Step 1, setting up the date. I mean planning. The first step when making a mark is not to jump in and put ink on the page. Beginners will often do this, and for obvious reasons. That impatience leads to poorer results. Let me get a little water in me. 1 second. Delicious dihydrate oxide. Instead, we ask ourselves, what kind of mark do we want to make? If it's a stroke, then it's meant to start and end at particular locations. Identify them, even go so far as to mark them out. Mark them down with little points. Identify the path. You want the mark you want to follow. Beyond that, think about the task as that mark is meant to accomplish. Ask yourself what this mark is meant to contribute to your drawing, whether another mark might already be doing its job, and ultimately, what you can do to make the best of your ability. Rushing in without thinking is probably the most common mistake people make, as it leads to marks that contribute nothing, repeated strokes, and just more chaos to the page. You are saying this to a person that likes hatching. Remember, above all, in this course, we are not sketching. We are drawing purposely and building things up one at a time. Well, it's more I want an entire table that tilts because it gives me all the space I need and I can tape stuff up next to it. I mean, I have an old, like, desk thing, but after my move, all my tables are too small. And it's not great. I did buy a French easel recently, and that has contributed a lot to not being hunched over my tables anymore. It's not even that bad to set up. Anyways. Rotating the page. Okay, maybe this is where the rotating the page comes in. Rotating the page. Another important part of the planning phase is rotating your page. You will find that executing marks in some directions are easier, and other directions are more difficult. This is perfectly normal. It's quite literally how your muscles work. We have, like, pull is a lot easier for us than push. And going out from in is a little easier from in to out. Or from out to in. In to out is the natural motion. Out to in is a little iffy. For now, and through this entire course, I want you to rotate the page to ensure that you're always drawing in the orientation that you are most comfortable with. Step 2, preparation. Okay, let's put his drawing up. Okay. Placing fat ass with, what are you? Okay, preparation. Step 2, preparation. Now, when we move on to the next phase, everything involving planning is now over. Think of this like production line where every phase is handled by a completely different version of you. Now that we have our marching orders, we set out to familiarize ourselves with the specific motion and movements our body will need to perform to make the given mark. Make sure you're sitting with a good posture. Then you're able to engage your whole arm. Start ghosting through the marks you want to make. Ooh. Okay, another illustration from him. Boop. Boop. There we go. Peanut Gallery. Peanut Gallery says nothing. Okay. Ghosting is the act of going through the motion of drawing a mark, but without actually touching the page. You bring your pen to the first point, then move your pen to the end point with a smooth, confident motion, holding the pen a little above the surface of the page. Then you lift the pen up again, bring it back to the start, and repeat the process. This will help convey your arm the orders you determined in the planning step, and will develop some short-term muscle memory as you practice with this technique more and more over days, weeks, months, etc. You'll find what number of times you should repeat this motion. The following is ultimately on getting comfortable and familiar with these words really meant for you and continue experience. Ba, 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 ba. 1 second. Step 3, execution. Oh, yeah, okay. Another image. Copy the image. Pasta the image. How I feel most days. Do, do, do. Do, 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 do. When one hits the last stages of the last of the 3 stages, students are usually full of anxiety. We've gone through all the planning, the preparation, and now it's time to actually go through the only step that produces results. And it's that anxiety that causes us to mess up. As said, we once again have to go back to the production line mentality. The one executing the marks is not the one who planned, nor the one who prepared. They're a new version of ourselves who is given simple instructions and they only need to do one thing. Execute the mark with confidence, no hesitation, no second guessing, no attempting to avoid a mistake. If you make the mark confidently but mess up accurately, then you didn't mess up. It's one of the earlier people up the production line that messed up. Your past self. Your job is to make a single smooth stroke. The second your pen touches the page, you need to accept that any opportunity to avoid a mistake has passed, and all you can do is commit to the motion and push through. That is it. Boop, boop, boop. Excuse me, 1 more second. Actually, be back 1 second. I have to blow my nose a little bit. Oh no. Okay, let's do this at twice speed. The levels of this exercise. Level 1, light and smooth and consistent without any visible wobbling, but doesn't quite pass through A or B due to not following the right trajectory. It's a straight shot but misses the mark a bit. Level 2, line is straight and smooth and consistent without any wobbling and maintains the correct trajectory. It does not hover, either fall short or overshoot one of the points. Level 3, line is straight and smooth, consistent without any wobbling, and it starts right at one point and ends at the other. Take it one level at a time. Don't worry too much about level 3 if you can't do level 1. Overshooting, try this. A lot of students struggle with overshooting their lines, and as a result, they tend to hesitate more as they reach the endpoint, causing them to undershoot then waver slightly as they slow their pen to a stop. Here's an alternative. Try lifting your pen off the paper the second it hits the endpoint. Lifting it off is much easier and reliable action than performing far more responsibly and avoids the hesitation you get from slowing down. In general, overshooting is not big of a deal right now. You'll get better at it, and you'll always be better than hesitating. Still, this approach can solve two problems at once. Mistake, wobbling lines. If your line wobbles like this one, or shows any kind of wavering, then there's two main possibilities of what is happening. You're hesitating too much. You're hesitating as you execute the line rather than practicing with confident motion. Finally, committing to the mark that can definitely be quite daunting, but it's critical that you get used to accepting that mistakes will happen, things will go wrong. You can prepare as much as possible, and you should, but the moment your pen touches the page, any opportunity to avoid the mistake has already passed. However, now committing yourself, pushing through the confidence and executing the line is also worth remembering. You can still work with a line that is smooth and even, but there's not much you can do with a wobbling one. You're drawing with a wrist rather than your shoulder and have reposition yourself as you draw to avoid limited range of motion. These lines should absolutely be drawn from a shoulder because they rely heavily on achieving small motion. You can rarely be both, so take a step back, analyze your approach, and get back to it. Last bit to speed through. Mistake arcing lines. Well, this could be related to not drawing them from the shoulder and from the smaller motion forcing you to an arcing line. So people will find that they naturally have a tendency to arc their lines slightly when attempting to draw a straight one. One approach that I've heard is to correct this is to draw an arc your line slightly in the opposite direction. The expected result is the concise adjustment will compensate for the issue and result in a straight line that does not arc in either direction. Well, over time, this practice with your brain will associate this motion with a straight line. Eventually, you don't have to be so conscious about it. So yes. Now to example homework, now that I've speed ran that stuff. Then 1 second, I need a little bit of a drink. Okay. Homework. Maybe I'll do this. Maybe I won't. Let's clean up tabs a little bit. No. It's a control end. It's a shift end. Is it alt end? I don't care. I'll just clear it. It's probably alt. Yes, it's alt. That looks absolutely terrible at that size. Example homework, because you need to fill... Basically, you just need to fill a page with straight lines using the ghosted method. How you do this is up to you. Shown as below. I filled a page with points and then I draw lines between them. Don't worry about letting them overlap or getting things closer. It's all perfectly fine. What's important is that you're able to put the time into ghosting method for each of these lines you produce. I mean, I could do that. That's probably not as brutal as I was doing it before. Chair. 1 second. How do I want to do this? Well, we saw that 1920 was a little too big. Let's divide that by 4. 1080 divided by 2. That's a reasonable size piece of paper. Let's get this at 100%. And let's just put some big meaty pairs of dots. Lots and lots of dots. And I'll ghost them and I'll draw them. We're not drawing 7 on top of it, so I guess this isn't too risk destroying. Okay. So, want to go from here to here. Loosen up that. Lock the wrist slightly. Pick here, pick here. Whoop. 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 Not confident enough? Okay, this one to this one. This one to this one. This one to this one. Nope. I'm going to turn my mouse pad backwards. This one to this one. This one to this one. Mildly better. This one to this one. This one to this one. And, yeah. This one to this one. This one to... Actually, no, okay. This one to this one, and that one goes that way. Okay. That one to that one. Well, that was, you know, left, right. I've been doing that for an hour now. That one to that one. That one to that one. There we go. That one to that one. 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 The straight left and right ones, as I said, I think the mouse and software is compensating for a lack of skill. But anyone that has any bit of an angle... I'll just take it. Okay. Honestly, should be tilting or something. No, I'm not going to Control Z. Actually, no, that should have been that one. Well, anyway. Okay. That one goes down. That one to that one. That one. Nope. I am still doing adjustment. I'm not doing confident strokes that don't care. Well, this one's just a left-right, so I could get that. This is the one that messes up. Okay. Better. Didn't start the click right, but better. Man, I'm having a real time trying to line these two up. Oh no, the furnace is starting. Well, you'll live. Oh well. Like, as I said, like, it goes... I feel like I'm actually doing it more, but it's registering go left or right more than, like, any sort of slight line, so it doesn't push me up until the very end, where, like, I overcorrect. It's kind of weird, to be honest. Because it should be able to detect every rotation, all that. It's weird. And there it goes. Hmm. 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 Yeah, I don't know how much I could approve on this one. But we'll just leave it at that and move on to the next part, which is... Oh god, did I close the window? I think I closed the window. Okay, 1 second. There we go. 2 pages of Ghosted Plains. I'm not muted, right? Okay, not muted. This exercise is an extension of the previous one. You'll find that we often build on previous concepts in this manner. First presenting an idea, getting some experience with that, and then increasing just a bit more, challenging and giving you a little more to think about. Ba, 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 ba. Just like with ghosting marks exercise, we start out with a plane. I'm actually going to just screenshot this and put it in here. Bob. Because it doesn't make sense without any sequence. Just like with the ghosting exercise, we start out by playing with our marks. Here, we're doing so for more than one line at a time. We want to produce something of a quadrilateral. Don't worry about making all the edges the same length or anything like that. Just place the 4 pieces on the page wherever it feels right. For each pair of points, rotate your page and find a comfortable angle. Won't be doing that. Don't have the software for it. And ghosting through the motion as much as is needed to feel comfortable, and then execute the stroke with confidence. Persistent pace, no hesitation, no thinking about the plane as a whole. Focus on the marks you're making at the moment. Some students will get too caught up in the big picture of what they're doing and lose track of the individual actions. All that matters is that you're doing the mark now, you're doing it with a single mark. Well, I wouldn't. I don't have any page linked to it. Okay. In the next bit of that. To add some more practice with ghosting, go ahead and construct lines between the corners of our page. Finally, bisect the plane in both dimensions. Drawing across from the center of the X created in the previous step. Wait, what? It wasn't. Drawing a cross through the center X. Remember to use the ghosting method for every mark you draw. In this case, that means starting by adding your start and ending point. Ghosting is going to be a technique you're going to use a lot throughout this course. Now, for those of you tackled perspective before, Might start actually fussing over things like, how do I know my cross is centered along each edge? And other concerns. For now, this exercise has nothing to do with perspective. It's just a bunch of lines on a flat page. Nothing else to worry about. And then common mistakes. And example. So, bunch of lines. Bunch of squares. Getting more advanced. Ahaha, not right now. I'm going to take a minute, little break here. Just so I can get a little something to eat and try and recover slightly. So, be right back in a second. All right. Got a little bit of food in me. So we can start on the next one. Clean up some of this. Okay. This is a good page size. So 2 pages of drawing a bunch of quads. So bop, 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 And a really long one just to mess with me. And there we go. 2 pages of this. Somehow I think this is going to be more lines than the last one. So, 100%. Sit upright. And ghost those lines. And I can't rotate this sucker. So, we're just going to suffer. That one wasn't too bad. Whoop. Whoop. Actually, I need to be bisecting these and doing weird stuff, but... Okay, so... There we go. Mark. 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 Hi, Mark. Okay. And then we do this one. Not much to say. What were they? They weren't dream catchers. The old kid's paper toy for predicting the future. The very old one. Ancient turning to dust one. Where like you fold the paper so that you can open things up. I'm not sure if spider's the word. It might be. Diamond, yeah. I don't even remember how they were made, to be honest. Oop. This one's a little... that was a bad one. Okay. Pixel artists try to do actual work. Things go terribly. Who do you go to? Well, we'll find out in a while, because... yeah. So you probably go together. Okay, let's do that. Whoop. Okay. Well, at least I show I'm not doing any cheating, because these are trash compared to the left-right ones. Boop. Yep. Nope, not at all. This one's so short, I didn't ghost it. I should, but I didn't. Boop. 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 That one's comically off. Yeah, it was always like fortune telling. Whoop. I think this was supposed to go with this one. And these are supposed to go down here. So I'm going to make the executive decision. Bop. The stakes were made. Stop tensing. There's going to be at least a 3-hour stream. Hopefully 4. Otherwise, it's not a marathon. If you can't fit 2 movies in it, is it actually a marathon? Boop. 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 And there we go. And there we go. Okay. That one was bad, but page 1 done. Take a moment, breathe in, breathe out. I'll dot the page first because that's simple enough if I don't make more mistakes. Okay. Take a moment. Breathe in, breathe out. Okay. First line. Yeah, I ended early. Second line. There we go. Now finish this up. There we go. And boom. Boom. Okay, 1 done. Almost done with this, and then we'll be done with lesson 1 homework. Then we can move on to lesson 2. I don't know when the titular draw 250 boxes comes up. Oh, I'm waiting for it. Though, like all things on the internet, I remember a bit of a whole, like, oh, this doesn't work, this doesn't do anything, yada, yada, yada. And the one thing that always is a problem with trying to find anything nowadays is you're likely to find the response that it's utter trash when you deal with the whole sort of Greek mule, I think it is, problem. The old tale is that a man and a woman came into town riding a mule, or a donkey. And the townsfolk go, oh, you both shouldn't be riding that donkey. It can't take it. You're straining its poor back. Don't you know how to ride a donkey? That is not the correct way. So the woman gets off. It's like, oh, why are you riding that donkey while your wife walks? How inconsiderate of you. That's not the way to do this. So the man gets off, his wife gets on. It's like, oh, man, why are you letting your wife ride that donkey? She won't be able to control it. It's twice as strong as her. How can you let her take that burden of something so dangerous? So they both get off. And the townsfolk go, oh, look at those people. They don't know how to use a donkey. And I feel that's been utterly cemented in the art community. Because nobody will ever say this is how you do anything. And I've actually found out this is like an old thing. Because at some point, everything was taught through a very harsh bit of rigor, where it's like you do exactly this for this situation. And the artists as a whole rebelled against that so badly or so hard that nobody will tell you how to draw a straight line. And that any methods out there are actually wrong and you should go off your own intuition. And that only works if you have some basics down, which requires you to, be able to draw a straight line. I think also part of the problem is that there's no mentorships. Oh, I am putting my wrist down hard. Okay, there we go. Yeah, you draw the rest of the owl. Room. Yeah, as I said before, like even like professional teachers would like say draw with confidence and then never explain what confidence is. This is the only course that actually explains confidence is just draw the line. Draw the line smoothly, straight, and somewhat precise. Don't chicken scratch it. Like everybody knew what chicken scratch was, but nobody in my class knew what confidence was. And it was like said so self-evidently. Like you either did it because you knew what to do, or you just kind of like fell into it. So yeah, this course back in Z-Day helped me a lot. Is drawing 250 boxes and a bunch of lines going to make you a great artist? Probably not, but it's going to be more help than most people will give you. Okay, we're almost done with Ghosting Plains. Wow. Okay, so what is next on the agenda? Okay, go back to homework. And the exercise is Okay, on to ellipses. What is an ellipse? Ellipses are extremely important and notoriously annoying to draw. You'll find them all over the place in mechanical drawings, car, spaceships, tanks, machines. Anything man-made will probably make extensive use of the ellipses. They also tend to feature prominently in organic drawing, especially as we look at the cross-section of sausage-like forms. Let's take some time to explore what they are, how they behave, and how they can be used. This is a 3D image, but... not a 3D, GIF. Unironically, technically a 3D image with time as a plane, but yeah. Oh, you can actually give some measurements for ellipses. Nice. I like actually being able to describe things. Okay, circles in 3D space. For our purposes here, in this course, we're going to be using ellipses in 2D space, drawn on the page, to represent circles that exist in 3D space. Depending on whether you look at this as being two-dimensional or three-dimensional, this animated diagram depicts one of two things. In 2D space, it's a series of ellipses, from the widest to the narrowest. In 3D space, it's a circle being rotated from facing the viewer to facing away. It's more like facing 90 degrees to the parallel to the viewer, but let's not quibble here. How our circle in 3D space is rotated relative to the viewer will determine just how wide our ellipse is going to be drawn. The width always measured across the narrowest span that passes through the center of the ellipse is referred to as the degree because it is tied with the angle of rotation in degrees the circle itself is relative to the viewer. This is possibly getting a little into the weeds for me, but long and short. 0 degrees, you're facing the edge head on. Some degrees, you're facing like that, so on and so forth. When the circle is facing the viewer, it's always going to be its widest, 90 degrees. This way is the same as drawing a circle on the page. As the 3D circle turns away from the viewer, the ellipse appears to be getting narrow until it finally reaches 0 degrees when the ellipse is facing away. Degree shift. Keep in mind that since this is based on the angle between the directions of the circle is facing and the direction the viewer is facing, the degree will actually change by just moving the circle around the space without necessarily having to rotate it. This is getting really into the weeds. This diagram demonstrates how the further to the right a circle moves relative to the viewer, the more its face becomes visible, resulting in a wider ellipse representing it on the page, even without the circle rotating in space. Through this course, we'll refer to this concept as degree shift. Basically, the idea that degrees of our ellipsis will shift wider or narrow depending on how it moves in space. And ironically, this is first you draw the circle. Minor axis. We call the line that passes through the ellipse's narrowest span and through its center the minor axis. This minor axis line will cut the ellipses into 2 equal symmetrical halves. So if it were to cut out the page and fold it in half across the line, it would match perfectly. There's a major axis which runs perpendicular to this across the widest span, but it's minor axis that is actually useful component because it's a small one. Normal vector. Oh, this is weeds. Just as the 2D ellipse represents a 3D circle, the minor axis is extremely useful to us because of how the minor axis line coincides with the lines with the normal vector, the 3D line that shoots straight off the surface of the 3D circle, completely perpendicular to the surface. This means that we have 2 ways of establishing the orientation of our circle in 3D space, as well as we draw it in our 2D space. I just want to draw lines, man. Normal vector. This means we've got 2 ways of establishing orientation in 3D space as well as drawing on our 2D page. The degree, width of the ellipses controlling the circle's rotation. The minor axis of the ellipse controlling the orientation of the circle's normal vector. Basically, the direction of the circle is facing. If we need our circle to be oriented in a specific way, in a more complicated scene, we will actually be able to start out with this normal vector line and then use it and the minor axis to establish our ellipse, drawing the ellipse around it so that the line faces into 2 equal symmetrical halves. Oh, down its narrowest span. Sorry, I'm trying to process this, and it's being a bit even for me. Okay. Cylinders. Taking it further, the minor axis normal vector is also extremely useful when we get into cylinder forms. Here, it serves as the spine to our cylinder form. I will copy paste that. Boop. Boop. They didn't include it. What colors did they use before? Green and red, the standard. So that's the widest. This is the minor because it's the shortest. That should be there, and this should be like perpendicular. perpendicular to that, I think. Yeah, so, or should be perpendicular to everything, but good enough. The ends of the cylinder are the same. Normal vector in 3D and minor... Oh, I read that. Fortunately for you, you don't need to worry about this right now. Then why did you bring it up? They won't come into play until lesson 2. And it's just useful to see how valuable the minor axes of ellipse can be, specifically when we're trying to figure out all the ways in which we can represent the different properties of a circle in 3D space. The homework assignments for the section are as follows. 2 pages filled with tables of ellipses exercise. 2 pages filled with ellipses and planes exercise. 1 page filled with the funnels exercise. So let's jump into it. Tables of ellipses. Okay, I remember this one. This one was sort of neat. Can I get a... Yeah, I could get it like this. Snip. Will you let me snip? Okay, there we go. Room. Kind of bigger, so I don't know how well this will show up. I'm going to jettison some of these. Alt-N. 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 All right. Back to it. Start. Oh, whoop, should actually read it. This first exercise is relatively straightforward. It involves drawing a lot of ellipses. These are not, however, simple free ellipses with no real goal. Instead, it is pinned to the idea of setting out criteria and targets for the ellipses we intend to draw before drawing them. Therefore, when you plan out ellipse, it is either correct or it isn't. Start by taking a piece of paper and dividing it into tables of 2 columns and a bunch of rows. Each of these sections will contain a different variation of this exercise. Here, you can experiment with different approaches, but here's a few that you can try out at first. And as it shows in the top one right here. Doing that, and moving on to this. For this one, you draw a circle starting from the far left of the box. Then draw another beside it. Keep repeating this until you fill the whole box. Strive to make your circles touch at the top and bottom of the box, as well as the line to the left and right of it. Next is the same idea, but with ellipsi. Within the same section, you should aim to draw ellipses of the same degree, but you can also play with the angle of the ellipse, and this should also be consistent within the same section. This one's a little different, and this one is this one right down here. Draw a wave through the section, dividing into irregular pockets of space. Then fill this space with circles or ellipses, trying to keep them touching at the bounds of the section. Every curve. Everything should fit in there snugly, and there should be nothing floating about. The purpose of this exercise. This exercise is meant to get you used to drawing ellipses in variety of sizes, orientations, and degrees. It also sets out a clear space each ellipse is meant to occupy, giving us a means to assess whether or not the ellipse was successful, or if there's a visible mistake, where it went outside of the allotted space or ended up falling short. Practicing against this criteria with a way to judge your success, failure is an important element of learning. There is nothing wrong with failure. It's an opportunity to learn. Having to clearly define tasks lies of these failures will make the most of them. Things to remember. When going through this exercise, there are a couple things to remember I want you to keep in mind. Draw confidently. Using the ghosting method and draw through your ellipse 2 full times before lifting your pen to achieve a smooth, even shape. Okay, so ghosting and draw through. So it wants us to draw twice. Okay. Always set out a goal for your ellipse you're about to draw. This is generally what the planning phase and ghosting method is for. For a more in-depth explanation, you can check out this video or the points listed below. Okay, let's get the points listed below because I am not opening up a video. Boom. Here we go. This is something I'm pretty adamant about. You should be drawing through every single ellipse you draw for my lessons. That is, draw around the ellipse 2 or 3 times before lifting your pen. 2 is ideal in my opinion, but 3 is also acceptable. Once you hit your ellipse in a single round, it's usually going to come out uneven and wobbly due to drawing slowly and carefully, or extremely loose in relation to the space in which it's meant to fit, due to simply not having a built-up muscle memory to nail an ellipse accurately. Drawing through your ellipse gives your arm the chance to familiarize yourself with what it's being asked in the first place, and then firm up on the second. Along with giving you an extra chance to build up the memory, it also helps you maintain your confidence needed to achieve a smooth, even shape without totally losing control. As you get better, your ellipses will tighten up, the gaps between your successful passes will shrink, and eventually your ellipse will appear much cleaner. At this point, you'll probably find you'll need to nail your ellipse in one pass, but I want you to still continue drawing through all of these Drawbox lessons. Once outside of Drawbox, you're free to do as you like. And examples. Okay, going to that. What you're probably drawing now. Uneven, bumpy, open shapes, wobbly, blah, blah, blah. How you will draw for all these. Draw twice around there. And this is what you're aiming to achieve. Tightened up circles when you do, or ellipses when you do it twice. An example of work. So, in order for me to do this, Alt-N, not just N. I am using this page size because I like this page size. I am turning on all this and I'm going to draw the straightest line imaginable. Wouldn't he be proud? Hold that shift key. Okay. Let's divide this into 8 sections. Okay. And turn that off and let's rotate it. Okay. So first off, actually let's dice this up a little more. Probably giving me way too many things, but I feel like I'd be drawing 2 circles. Okay, let's rotate this canvas. There we go. So first step, draw circles, then we're going to try and draw ellipses at an angle, then another angle, try it a few times. But first, loosen up the hand, get chat on screen. Okay, not that there's much to say. This is rambling as hard as possible for about 4 hours. Can I stop having that selected? Nope, okay, whatever. I will move on. Give myself a second to breathe. Stretch. And let us go in. So first off, draw some circles. So, circle should about fit that. Gotta go around it twice. Okay. Well, went a little too high there, so it's basically an ellipse of this way, minor axis this way. This one. I overshot that. Okay. That one isn't too bad. What do you do when you have not enough space? Okay, he draws 2 circles down there. Okay, so let's do that. We're filling the space. It's more of an ellipse than a circle. Okay. Now for ellipses, and we're going to go like 90 degrees. Not 90 in the degrees as he put before, but like, yeah. You'll understand. I should have ghosted that first. I'm much better at drawing ellipses because you can screw up on them. And people won't notice. Circles, everyone notices you drew a bad circle. Any sort of like organic shape or ellipse, it gets iffy. Yeah, that one's bad. Okay. And we can... Whoop, don't zoom in. Don't zoom in. We are not using the sinful tools given to me. No undos. No zooming in or out. And there goes my furnace. Okay. Let's try the other way for the ellipses, and they'll probably be terrible. Okay, so we want a contact here, we want a contact up here, and we want to hit this. Overshot. Whoops, that's an undershot. That's also an undershot. Okay, let's try to hit all of it again. I mostly remember this exercise from the wave part, which I'll get to halfway through. I'm not starting that early. Okay. Let's just do a thin one straight up and down. That didn't touch. Okay. And I went off both little too high both times on that one. Okay. Make sure you hit all the points and keep it smooth. Okay, that's too much for the wrist. And 2 small ones to fill the gaps. Okay. Oops. Oh boy, that's a lot to go. And there's going to be a second page of this. Maybe I'll skip the second page, maybe I won't. We will see. Got all the time in the world. Well, let's try circles again. Whoop, oh, don't zoom. Draw with confidence. That was not confident. Confidence. That was not a circle. It looks more like it as I do the second loop, so he is right on that. Circle. Whoops. Okay. Loosen up. but not too loose. Keep it. Okay, let's try another of that angle. Let's do like really extreme. Get like 3 in this. Clearly villainize. Okay, and tiny ones at the corners. I'm not doing the lip ones that. So, second round of this? Okay, sure. Really tiny ones. Really tiny ones. Oh, didn't get to the top. Whoop, olive. I will say also, like, the extra edge on it is part of why sketches tend to be better than the end results when you put line art on top of it. Is because sketches give a whole, like, area of, hey, this could actually be it. And your brain goes to what it thinks looks best to make sense of the sketch. And when you get to line work, it's like you have what's there, and unless it's exactly right, and even then, you might not even be able to hit it because the sketchiness is not replicatable. The points that your brain is triggering on, it's not working with it in the sketch or in outside the sketch, because you'd have to make some really weird lines you'd never make. I cannot make an example of this off the cuff, but yeah. Well, besides, like, hey, that line looks terrible, but hey, look, oh, it's supposed to be a circle, so you ignore like this chunk that this is going over or whatever. On the macro level, I mean, like, nobody goes in and zooms in and like printer scans to see every mistake. And in some of the art looking I've gone through, one guy's very, like, yeah, look at the mistakes that these masters have kind of made. Like, it didn't matter here, so no effort was put into it. And that is a problem I fall into all the time. There's parts of the drawing, it doesn't matter. Is the viewer going to care that you spent 4 hours working on this little background shape? And the answer is no. Like, I think it has been said, if you want to draw a person, all you need to get is, like, the eyes, face, and hands. And that is literally what some of older artists did. You could just see, like, their, like, shoulders, or, like, there's suggestions of shoulders, and then you get to, like, their hands and face, and they're, like, hyper-detailed. It's kind of funny. No, fine, we'll start doing the waves. Woo. So waves is fitting all the same sort of rounded shape into the wave. Actually, I can update this. Homework 2. Draw a bunch of circles and their relatives. Boop. Okay. Back to it. I mean, some of what I live on and doing like my actual traditional like hatching stuff, my lines are terrible. However, my hatching gives it a sketchy quality so that you believe there's better work there than it actually is. And that one's basically done. Okay, anyways, let's start from this side because it's bigger and then we get smaller. So let's go biggest circle we can fit. Okay. I'm trying to think of the guy I've been sort of watching recently. He does a lot of, I think it's Jake Doesn't Draw. Let me just type that into my... Jake Doesn't Draw. Jake Don't Draw. Yep, that's it. But he is a painter, and so kind of a different set of skill set, but I like looking into it. And he actually started out quote unquote recently, like possibly less than a decade ago, but went really ham into looking at the history of how things used to be done. And how things used to be done was very by the book. And like, you know, master basics. He gets a little into how there's a lot of romanticization of it. And a lot of procedure that isn't actually like really used, but it appears in some books and that. But the one that I really bring this up was because he was looking into portraits and how they used to do portraits, because there's a few schools of thought on that. I forget what they're called, but they're master busts pretty much, and you're like you draw them endlessly. And that was one school. And then he was trying to look for some of the old books. And he brings up Loomis, which is, you know, every book, as he put, was a human centipede. At this point, it's a human centipede of YouTube tutorials about people who never read Loomis, but watch other YouTube tutorials and go on about Loomis. And even in Loomis's book, as I said, artists hate to say this is how you draw something after a certain point. Loomis basically went, yeah, this is... I don't believe like somebody could like draw off my... use this to truly draw, but it's at least a scaffolding of what I use to go about it. And it's come up multiple times. Like I use a different... Rhythm drawing was like kind of the method that stuck with me the most, which is basically to say like lots of circles. Let's put it that way. Lots of circles to build your foundation of a character. And it doesn't quite like do everything for you, but that was the point. He didn't think he could like really put it all down. He couldn't find anyone else that put it all down, which kind of was the thesis of nobody puts down how to do this because nobody can actually explain how to do this, which is kind of a cop-out because, as I said, the older things of painting was this is how you draw a face, this is how you do this, this is how you do that. And that fell out of style real quick, and they decided to break all the rules. But they knew all the rules. So you have people, like, trying to teach others that came from a very stringent background of, you draw everything like this, to saying, yeah, you don't need to know about that. And then they go and they use all the skills that they got from drawing everything like this to draw the thing. But, you know, like, loosen up a bit on some parts of it. Yeah, that was kind of bad. Like, I don't know the solution. I draw cute anime girls in pixels. Like, I think it's everything is like it's not even that. Like, art has always been funded by people. The rules aren't completely lost. You could pick them up some places. You could find like literal medieval descriptions of how people went through the process. Like, it didn't get written down as much, but like, unironically, art is a rich person's hobby because either you're rich enough to do it, or you have a patron funding you. Like, you can't spend 6 hours a day working on a painting as a farmer. It doesn't work out well. Like, you have to have stuff that is like cheaper and more practical. But yeah, the dirty secret is that I don't know where like the love of art like, oh, you should only do it for the love of art, you shouldn't make any money off of it, came from. Because like yeah, okay, sure, but it's a lot of time to spend in developing this thing and then not expect to get paid for it. I mean, if it's pure hobby, yes, but when you're spending a full-time job on it, you should try to get paid a little bit. And that's what all the old artists did. They took commissions. They got into studios, into all that, so that they could get commissions because this studio produces this type of person. Therefore, pay them to to paint a portrait, to paint a landscape, whatever. Yeah, yeah. Do. Like, ultimately, it is kind of a superfluous skill for as much as people want to go on about it. If all artists, like, stopped doing art and all AI art disappeared, we'd get by. We'd be less entertained, but it's not like we're going to starve to death because artists start making stuff. It's it's only possible when society is okay. There's two ways: when it's a religious reason, and therefore, like, you can have once again a patron. Hey, this guy does the religious artwork that we need. We have to pay him to do that, and he sits there and he does this all day, like, making the Buddha statues, or people that, like, the wealthy pays for it. Yeah, very much. I don't know. There's been a little bit of rumblings of, oh, you're greedy, you're asking for money for something. But I really think there's been a weird shift of you should get everything for free now. Mostly because everybody sells your personal data for money on websites, but yeah, should possibly pay a little bit. The funny thing is like, with caveman art, like, they lack pigments and tools and all that. And also, they didn't really care. It's a weird thing. It's like, oh, we've only really discovered perspective and how to paint in, like, oh, I don't know the time period. the Greek era, let's say, when a lot of Greek stuff paintings were about, or statues and all that. It's almost like the pyramids, like, oh, only we know how to do that. There must have been something else going on. Like even cavemen could be capable of painting better. It's just nobody cared. The Egyptians, however, true, true. Uh, but there was a very interesting period when Egyptians. It was when the one guy became the sun god, I think it was, and it tried to become a monotheistic religion, or a monotheistic religion. Like they really buried this guy after the fact. But he completely changed how art was done, and it became a lot more realistic in depictions. There's very few of it surviving because, as I said, they died, and everyone went like, "Let's just pretend this didn't happen." So deface everything and all that. But Egyptian art, they didn't care. No, no, no. This isn't. Like, they brought everything back, if I remember correctly. I'd have to look and all that, but Egyptian art is very actually religious more than representational, which is like every little thing, like what foot you have forward, means something. And therefore, all the art follows to most efficiently put this forward, which is why we get the very specific face left or right, show one eye, do this sort of stuff. Because it's all rules about how to do it, because if you don't do it right, you're screwing up. You're doing something bad in a religion. And we should know they know how to like actually draw people and stuff because the sarcophagus art. Like they did make some ceramic stuff that was very much a human face, but they also just had the flat stuff that they painted everything on that did very much follow a human face, and is drastically different than, well, I wouldn't say drastically different because, once again, religious stuff. When you're buried, they like to show the entire thing. But when the one pharaoh like took over and like, yeah, we're worshiping a sun god now. Yeah, and I wanted to depict things as how they are. And for a brief period, you had like drawings that looked more like people and weren't symbolic. And it's like you don't develop those skills out of nowhere. It's not like, oh, we need to spend 7 generations figuring out how to draw a person correctly. It's like a lot of people can do it. They're out of practice and they probably take a few dozen tries. But if you sit down a person in a room and say like, okay, you need to do this because otherwise you go to hell, they tend to figure it out. Oh yeah, it was a big civilization. Rome. Yeah. Like a lot of civilizations tend to go into the whole, art mode when they get very, very hedonistic and they have a lot of money that they don't know what to do with, or at least a lot of resources. Yeah, very much so. I think there is a few that are like well depicted for no apparent reason. I would have to find them though. I know Japanese courts during one era were like the nobles never left their like little city houses, and because they didn't go out and fight or do anything, they started like making poems, and the more elaborate and frilly the poem you can make, the better you were at it. So they just sit all day and work on their poem skills. Okay, that's one page of this madness. Winter, I would say you get a lot of time to practice stuff. 'Cause unironically, in winter, you're not doing a lot. Like, you will not be going through all the... You will be going through all the material you got. I mean, I think we're already kind of there with the Junji Ito stuff. I'm going to be a little lenient on myself and limit this to this. Actually, that said, I think I want to stand up a second. Oh, good time. True, true. Okay, 1 second. Muting myself. Okay, actually I'm muted this time. Ugh. I don't like sitting down for more than an hour at a time. Try to at least get up occasionally. Get rotated. Yeah. Get rotated. Okay. Do do. Trying to think of how I should do this. I mean, like it's more the same. It's more the same. Just do it. This is a real struggle to make anything interesting here. Oh wait, 100. There we go. That is a bad. I was supposed to go around 2 times. It didn't go around 2 times. Mistakes. Okay. So, after this, I don't remember what it was, but I know the third one's cones. I don't remember those ones. It's probably, if I had to take a guess, going to be something like a draw. Yeah. Draw them going from, like, slim to full. Yeah. Also, I'm trying to think of what my next sort of piece would be. I have one sitting in the works that I want to do, but it's going to be with watercolor. Yeah, I haven't quite got up the urge. Or gouache. Gouache. The slightly opaque watercolor. Though I did just get a set of acrylics because they were on sale. Maybe I'll try with that. Should practice something first. No, let's make one go right across here. Just straight up right across here. Let's be different. Well, I'm able to mostly stay on task for that one. Doing this, I will say, this is antithetical to usually how I do stuff. Because I just layer and then I put the outline last. Which was becoming a, what should we say? A style for a while. Because people like went, hey, maybe we don't need to do outlines anymore. Or line work. Or start with line work. Because traditionally that's the way you do it because, well, the main artist does the line work. You pay someone else to do, in like anime at least, in like animation, is like you do the line work, then you have someone come in and they color everything. The colorist just doesn't think and does. Unless they're doing like, higher end shows that do gradients. But they usually had tricks to that. There's silly things like Batman the original Batman animation that Mr. Freeze destroyed their budget because they had to bring out an air gun or an airbrush in order to do the frosted effect for his helmet. And they did that for every single frame. And that took forever, as well as, like, a different paint supply and all this, and yeah. A lot more time. I know Japan also has a interesting color palette thing. At least they got something out of it. They had the best idea how to do Batman, though. I think they called it Duodeco, or something like that, where they started with black sheets, and then they drew onto the colors. Yep. They had to pull back for later seasons because they couldn't afford to keep it going. It was a very well and highly skilled animation style. They didn't have the talent pool, and they don't have the time. Japan, like anime in general, I know I have a friend who will bring it up. There's an exact point that Japan figured out where it could cut corners. And like all the noses disappear at this time. And it's kind of true. But anime in general, like, has been an interesting industry of like how they get stuff done. Dragon Ball Z is an interesting one to bring up because Dragon Ball Z wasn't done by a single studio. It was whoever did the cheapest bid at the time. I think it was. Yeah. They're the different type of hero. The person you're supposed to aspire to and the hero who just, like, gets stuff done within their means. Hope versus pragmatism. I wouldn't say Batman's pragmatist because he keeps villains alive who keep reoffending. But there's a very dark road you go down where it's like, it's just easier to kill them. Oh, I believe it. Yeah, yeah. I forget who the Shadow was. It the Shadow? Like people keep saying like there is some good thing to like. Oh, Batman is a ripoff of the Shadow, and the Shadow doesn't stick around in like things because he has no. Like it's the Shadow does the same thing every week to a new group of people. It has the problem I think the Punisher has. But the Punisher managed to stick around. Where like you just kill everyone and sort it out. And there's not much meat there in my opinion. And like there's some people who lament that like the Shadow's fallen out of the public eye, but it's like what do you want to do with him? I mean anything you come up he's already done. Like you could like even have Supernatural explore stuff, but like it has a shorter shelf life than like you get to know an enemy and have like a plot line with them because they're dead by the end of it. I know there was an animated series of a weird form of the Shadow, Shadow 2099 or something. And I think there was an old The Shadow movie that actually did have a lot of weird mythical stuff. It's like they took literally the one line is that the shadow knows what you're thinking and you'll never see the shadow. Might not know that one off the top of my head, but yeah. Pulp comics and pulp stories was an interesting time. Because it's way before anything really became like, oh, we're going to have a storyline. Because these people don't know if they're going to be in the business next week. They're writing stuff off the cuff and have no follow-up. And it's action because that's what sells. Do. Yeah, just fill this in circles. Okay, almost done with this mess. What's the next terrible idea that I'm going to do? Oh, God. Man, Darkwing Duck. I remember very little about that, but yes, I know of it. Okay, on to 3. 2 filled pages ellipsis in a plane. Oh, this, I remember this painful thing. So this is literally building on the other exercise. And that's the furthest turn time. This one's really straightforward, though not as easy as it looks. Remember the planes in lessons? Find those pages. Hopefully you didn't toss them out, burn them, or use them as nest material for your pet birds, because we're going to need them. Ha ha ha. I have them still. Okay. So let me take a screenshot of this. Oop, wrong button. Wrong button. Okay, there we go. So, now that you got your plane, or in this case, or as the case probably would be, a page full of them. But here, we're going to focus on just one point. Focus on just one. It's a kind of an awkward shape to work with. This one's not too bad, but it can definitely get a bit crazy on account of the arbitrary quadrilaterals. Put an ellipse in there. That's all. It may look simple, but there are some pitfalls to watch out for. Don't worry about anything aside from getting the ellipses to be smooth and evenly shaped and having it touch all 4 edges of the plane as snugly as you can manage. Of course, draw through your ellipses as mentioned in the table ellipsis exercises. Be sure to use the ghosting technique. This should be applied to every mark you put down, and it will especially help you here. Don't worry if you mess up. You'll have plenty of planes to practice with. Not too many. The purpose of this exercise. Let me check the peanut gallery. Yeah. This exercise is just beginning of something much more complicated. In the future, we'll be tackling constructing cylinders inside of boxes and other similar challenges. And those will come from additional criteria that will need to be met. The purpose of this exercise, however, is just to maintain the smooth, even shape above all else. That is your first priority. Second to that is, as mentioned above, fitting it snugly within the plane, touching all four edges. Given that these are generally awkward shapes to work with, I frequently have students who start deforming their ellipses, getting generally overwhelmed with the difficulty of the task. More than anything, it's the exercise in calming down. The difference faced here are generally more of its own making, one's own making. Take it easy, and just try your best to drop a nice, even ellipse in there. Things to remember. You're going to find that basically repeating the same thing over and over. Focus on confident execution first, then address control, accuracy by using the ghosting method. It comes up so often because it really is at the heart of mark making as a whole. So this isn't the first time we come across it, and it certainly won't be the last. Now, let's take a look at how these concepts apply in particular to this exercise. Let me take some screenshots. Boop, boop. Excuse me. Mistake. Deformed ellipse. This is a mistake I see frequently. I see how the ellipse is bumpy and wobbly, and it kind of reaches out too much, or reaches out to touch the edges rather than maintaining an evenness to its shape. Avoiding this, as mentioned several times above, maintaining a smooth elliptical shape is critical, and above all else is your first priority. I also see this every now and again, even less frequently. Floating ellipse. While getting at the ellipse to touch all the edges is your secondary priority, it is still something you should arrive at. It is particularly clear that with this example, no attempt was made to achieve that goal, and the ellipse just through evenly shaped and was plopped in the middle rather unceremoniously. Examples. So I don't have to do all the planes over again. Okay, this isn't that bad. This is so yeah, drop it in the middle and yeah, go around twice. Or he goes around 3 times. I'm not doing that. The goal of this is to give myself carpal tunnel, you know. Not to do everything correctly. Okay. Whoop. Crack your neck a little bit. Okay. Let's begin. I think I'm screwed. Yeah, it loses everything when I turn that much. Weird. Okay. There it is. Let's go with this nice color. So what? Get it to 3. At 100%? Okay, so we need to touch all those sides. Touch all the sides. And be an ellipse. Oh, that's awful. Oh, I did not do any. Oh. Better to over or undershoot here. I had made many mistakes here. Got that side at least. Okay. You can do this. Get at least one. Also, a reason I don't try again is because, well, this is meant to be done in pen and paper, so you get one shot. And I would rather work digitally like I do pen and paper and not rely on Control-Z for a half hour. I mean, they get the job done, but I don't like... It feels like a lot of wasted effort. Ugh. Okay, furnace turned off. Whoop. And... oh, I missed that one. It is very confident. Nope, not confident anymore. Have confidence. No confidence. Okay. Stretching out. Engaging the shoulder. Okay, okay. Well, that one isn't as extreme as I was dealing with before, but it's nice to see one that kind of works. Okay. Oops. Oh, that was bad. Yeah, I engaged my wrist there. I tried to overcorrect. Draw confidently. All the marks have been made. Just draw confidently. Once it hits the page, you have no responsibility of being right. Just do your task. Ghost it. That's the motion you want. Now just do it. Don't think about it. Just do it. Just do it. Let me put a little pepperoni on here. Little button mushroom. Pizza. Okay. So what's next on the agenda? That one wasn't too painful. My arms still work. Ugh. Give a little stretch. Drink a little. Okay. Next, we're doing cones, I believe. Did you know there's a pizza? No, it's funnels. Same difference. Did you know there's a pizza cone? I'm using this as a break, but there's a pizza cone. Let me find a good image. There we go. Pizza cone. Yeah, take a look at that. It's a pizza cone. It's literally they make a cone of the base and then they put all the ingredients in there and then they cook it. Pizza cone. It's exactly what it sounds like. I didn't know it existed until recently. Like, honestly, this seems like fair food that should be going around, because, like, eating a pizza at a fair is hard. Eating a pizza cone would be easier, but... Pizza cone. I think some of these are AR generated, but, I'm looking for the ones that you could tell have, like, definite, like, imperfections. These are too small. That one. Then there's like this thing, which what was it from Lucky Star? So, which end do you eat the eat from on the pizza cone? Do you eat from the filling side or from the point side? Very important question. If they're small enough, yes, you just consume it. You unhinge your jaw and it all slides down. Anyways, enough avoiding the inevitable. I am almost 3 hours into this, and I got at least one more. the side, the filling side is just an acid spraying gun if you bite the other side. Oh. Given I've eaten corn dogs that are like that, yes. Where there's like some sort of moisture in the corn dog, and you bite it and it just squirts out. Like pressurized. Oh. I mean, like the real example is pizza rolls. Oh God. Harvey was going to the fair. Harvey's going to the fair, as he does in order to improve his public image. I don't know what Harvey had. He had that like sort of like middle manager slicked back look. But the Joker had other ideas. And he bit. This is so dumb. And he bit fully into the pizza cone, knowing that it would breach the other side. Unironically, I think Joker doing something with carny food would be on brand. Okay, let's get back to this. Oh God, these are not good examples. Sorry. Funnels. This exercise is similar to the others, but throws a couple curveballs. Oh, I'm just now imagining some horrific like YouTube reporting of a family gathering at a carnival ruined because of somebody biting into a pizza cone wrong. Anyways, a couple curveballs along the way and leads into an exploration of how to use minor axis, or how the minor axis can be used to align our ellipses. First, start out by, okay, I'm going to post this one at a time. Because they're too big to actually show it. So that we start out by drawing a long line with a shorter one in the middle, roughly. This is going to be our minor axis we're going to use to align the ellipses as we draw later. It's worth mentioning that measurements using a ruler are in straight edge to draw the two lines, and ellipses should be free-handed, yada yada. Step 2. And I lost the page again. There we go. Along either edge, draw an arc that can actually be pretty difficult to draw. It may be easier for you to just first draw the arcs first and then place the line in the middle. Or you could find a large circular object. Then again, it doesn't matter. We're not practicing our freehand curves right now. Ah, this is the payload. This is what they wanted to do. Want to make a tornado. In the space inside the funnel, draw your ellipses, striving to keep them aligned, to keep the central minor axis line, such that each ellipse is cut into two equal symmetrical halves down their narrow dimensions by it. Optionally, you could try to get your degree of your ellipses to increase as you move outward from the center, keeping the middle one at a low degree, very narrow, and forward. Okay, you don't need to worry about this if you're still struggling with the alignment of your ellipsi. This exercise is really about getting to use the minor axis line as well as continuously to work on getting these ellipses to snugly fit within a set space. These are both principles that I've used heavily in Lesson 2, so we want to get a firm grip on them now. Things to remember. Oh, no, that's video. Never mind that. Grab this. Mistake number 1. Not aligned. There's no, we don't do unaligned here. We're not 4th edition. This is extremely the most common mistake I see in this exercise. As mentioned above, one of the core elements of this exercise is getting used to ellipses aligning to the central minor axis line. You want to make sure that these minor axis cuts each ellipses into two equal symmetrical halves down their narrow dimensions. Here you can clearly see that they have slanted and cut unevenly. So, yeah, like these aren't fitting in there, and the slant is this way. Poor spacing. Mistake number 2. Boop. Keep your ellipses snugly against one another. Don't leave large spaces between them, or space at all for that matter. If nothing else, it's a missed opportunity to get you to practice your ellipses. That one's self-explanatory. Mistake 3, being too loose. Do your best to keep the ellipses snugly within the funnel shape. Here are many of these ellipses are spilling out beyond the funnel. As we get into organic forms in Lesson 2, this is going to be rather important as we will be using similar techniques to simulate the illusion that we have a curving line running along the surface of forms to make them look more three-dimensional. If these lines spill out from the form, however, the illusion will easily be broken. And the homework. Oh, did I? Nope. There we go. So literally just draw a bunch of these. I'm probably going to have them all in the same direction, and I'm going to be able to cheat to win. Because I can do some things. So have at least 8 of them. Let's say 8 is a good number. Whoop, nope, cancel. Copy, new, bop. Slap this down. So we're going to have 8, so we can't have these be too large. And then we have a little line here. And then we have a funnel like that. No, no, no. a funnel like that. Okay, so then we can turn off the almighty lines. And we can move that up here. Whoops. We can even squish it a little bit. Oh, I can put this way up here. Okay, 1 second. Squish this one a lot. We can make this one bigger. And there we go. We got a bunch of funnels to work on. Work smart, not hard. 1 second. Okay. And I am going to use red to be different. So, let me just take a look. I forgot if the first one... Oh, we're just mirroring across there. Okay. So, ghost it first. So really tiny. Ghost it first. Real tiny. Not real tiny in this one. That one's a little off. That's fine. That one's a little off. Okay. I'm supposed to do it twice. Okay, I messed that up. Let's do it twice. Because we're just that nice. Why am I... Okay. Moving on. At 100... Oh, 100%. I was at 200. Oh, well. Okay. That's a little off. Second round saved it. Okay. I only have to do one page of this. Make it a little bigger now. That's a lot bigger. Okay, let's make this really thin. Okay. Whoops. I will undo that. Okay. I shouldn't have started, but it's already going. The pen has hit the paper. Draw from the shoulder, not from the wrist. Draw with confidence. Okay. Halfway done. Let's make these a little slightly bigger. Okay. This one almost a circle. That's really off. Okay. Now just mirror that. I think part of my problem is that I'm turning these into eye shapes. Because that is what I'm most used to. Okay, I just went over on that one. Okay. Keep back up. Move the arm. The wrist is an illusion. Okay. Only one funnel left after this. Then we're on to a fresh new hell. That's a little smaller. This should be, like, larger. Let's make it a little tiny little thing. Slightly bigger little tiny thing. Even bigger little tiny thing. That's about the same size. Try counterclockwise. That's a little big. Okay, the funnels are done. I think I could fit one more funnel in here. Let's do that. It'll be off edge at the top, but let's do it. That was a really bad confidence. Okay. Then they fit the form. Do. Yeah, let me. Okay. Seat readjusted. What is next on my torture? Boxes. The basic of perspective and projection. I must do this. It's ill-advised, but I must do this. Okay. Now that that terrible thing has been put out into the world. Not the most terrible thing I've done this week, it turns out. Anyways, boxes, the basics of perspective and projection. Finally, we reach this course's namesake, boxes, and by extension, perspective. Perspective, which serves to help us depict 3D spaces on a flat page, is inexplicably strictly tied to the boxes. For the same reason that 3D space consists of 3 dimensions, boxes provide us with 3 distinct sets of edges, each of which flow into a direction of one dimension and perpendicularly to the other 2. By focusing on boxes, we'll be able to understand the principles of perspective as a starting point, and extract the core element we really want to focus on and understand a 3D space and how we can go about capturing it on a flat image. Not a perspective course. First, it's important to understand for you all to understand, I am really fading, that what Drawbox is and what it isn't. Drawbox is not a perspective course. Linear perspective is above all else a series of rules and techniques which extremely specific steps and considerations. Study the rules and remember the rules and painstakingly follow the rules, and you'll be able to construct a scene that looks and feels three-dimensional, but that's not what we're doing here. Drawbox is, as discussed in Lesson 0, all about developing students' spatial reasoning skills. This is something we are working to develop on an instinctual level. Everything we do through this course, even constructing drawings we embark upon in Lesson 3 to 7, are exercises. The goal is not to create pretty drawings, but rather to follow a set of steps that actively rewire the way in which your brain perceives and approaches 3D space. Brainwashing. The difference is, well, most perspective courses will arm you with a ton of things that keep in mind as you're working through a drawing. With the purpose of consciously applying these concepts, what we're doing here is training and sharpening your instincts, so that when you do a drawing on your own, drawing your own things, you can focus not on how to execute a particular mark or how to construct a given form, but rather what it is you actually want to draw. The rest will have to be practiced and such as an extension the rest will have been practiced to such an extent that it will be second nature, freeing your brain's mental resources to focus on deciding what it is you actually wish to depict, how to design, and so on, not the nitty-gritty of how particular line gets from point A to point B. Oh boy. I'm going to have to stand up for a minute after this. Okay. So we read all that. We get into some stuff. 2D versus 3D. An argument of the ages. Drawing has always been a matter of taking things that exist in 3 dimension, the human figure, and the objects around us, animals, even a combination of those we can cook up in our imagination, and figuring out how to capture them on a 2-dimensional flat space. It's about going beyond seeing our drawings as a series of marks upon the page, but rather seeing the page itself as a window, looking out upon a 3-dimensional world that extends off in every direction to infinity. This can quickly become confusing, especially when pinning down exactly what the words we use when describing the problem we face really mean. I think I came up with this before, in that there's no real good examples of words for curves. We have the basic thing of that, but there's a million points you can do on there. There's an infinite variety, and we can't say them. Like, straight line is about the only thing we have down pat. And then, like, angles and stuff we can work with, but to describe a curve, there is mathematical things with benzene, Bresin, I can't remember, type curves. But we don't know how to instinctively say those. Anyways, 2D, shape. For our purpose, through this course, whenever we use the word shape, what we're referring to is flat shapes like squares, rectangles, circles, and triangles, that is. Things that only exist in 2 dimensions. Line. This describes a path or stroke on a flat surface. It only moves across the page itself as we're drawing. Point. This describes a dot placed on the page, like those we used to define the start and end of the lines employed in the ghosting method. They exist exclusively in the two dimensions of our flat plane. 3D form. This denotes a three-dimensional structure like a box, a sphere, a pyramid, a cone, a cylinder, as well as more complex and organic structures. Well, we may draw a representation of a form on a flat page. We're still thinking about it as though it exists in 3D. Edge. This refers to a hard separation between two distinct faces of a line of a given 3D form. When drawn on a flat page, they represent using lines, but we need to consider how the edge representation exists in three forms and how it relates in three dimensions to the edges and forms around it. Vertexes, the corners at which different edges meet in 3D space. They're getting a bit mathy for me. Sine, cosine, yes. There is, in the AutoCAD world, there's a concept of a bulge, but it's a symmetrical bulge between 2 points. And how it's defined is pretty much where a focal point comes out, and then it uses that to inform how to do stuff around it. And I think the one line form is like you have the point where it comes back through this, and then you have like you adjust the amplitude of it on like either side or something. I never got deep into how to use those sort of things. But like how to use them as an actual human, because we have a hard enough time. We basically just go like 90 degree, 45 degree, 30 degree. How about a 7.5 degree? Where would that be placed on there? We'd have a hard time trying to figure that out. And the problem gets exponentially harder when we try to describe this curve. Because there's a lot more points upon it. It's like, how do you describe that curve? Oh, it's between 1, 1, 2, 2, and has a middle point of da da da, and then like the aperture of, or the amplitude of this is offset by like it can be done, but people don't talk like that. Like people don't talk in the like giant formulas. And I could have just deleted everything, but I like doing it the hard way, it seems. I mean, I am as I said, I'm going to stand up for a minute. It's my hour mini break. Let me just take a little scouting of what's ahead. Oh, I didn't get to the protections stuff. Yeah, I'll get to that. But right now, standing up. Oh, I forgot to put up the be right back. Honestly, I should be making lunch or something, but I'll save that till later. I have a bunch of crackers and sausage, so that will bring me through this. And now what we're here for, projecting. Dude. Projection. The act... that was a weird one. My voice may be going, but I still have at least a half hour to go, and I might go a little longer, depending. Let me just swig a bit of water. The act itself of taking something that exists in a three-dimensional space and capturing it on a 2D surface, or taking anything that exists in some kind of higher order dimension and having it represented on a lower order dimension, is known as projecting. In some manner of speaking, if you stand outside on a bright and sunny day, you will find yourself casting a shadow down onto a flat surface on the ground. You're effectively projecting yourself, a 3D object, onto a flat surface with no depth. Perspective is one approach to projecting 3D spaces onto a 2D surface, but it's not only one. In fact, it only functions usefully if your desire is to replicate human binocular vision, that is, capturing how objects look when seen from two eyes arranged on a face. There are other approaches that have their own goals, advantages, and disadvantages. Orthographic projection. This is an approach that uses multiple drawings of an object in order to capture and define how the object exists in space, but only ever depicting 2 dimensions at a time. So, for example, you might be provided with a drawing of a top view, one of a side view, and one of a front view of an object. And using all 3 of those images together, you can understand the object is in full. So, this one right over here. Axiometric to isometric projection. This is an approach that attempts to combine all the information of a 3D object into a single drawing by ensuring that every set of edges that are parallel in 3D space are also parallel to one another in 2D space. This is quite handy in video games, as things do not get smaller as they move further away from the viewer. They remain the same size. This allows game artists to create tile sets that can continue to infinity in any direction without needing to scale them. So yeah, they brought up like the video game use of that. And that's where it gets used like all the time. Basically every strategy RPG uses isometric view. Every strategy game uses it. It's just tiling on forever. At some point I'm going to have to get my camera setup upgraded. I know it's probably just too far away and at a weird angle, but anyways, onward we proceed to the next part. Boxes for shortening and vanishing points. Convey distance. The orthographic view and axiometric projection methods share the perspective page. Both feature a notable advantage over perspective projection. Word salad. If you want to find out how long any of the lengths of the distances are, you can simply grab a ruler and measure it outright, laying on the page. This makes them excellent for laying out instructions on how to build a table from IKEA, but not so great with capturing the objects we see in daily lives. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I think I've always kind of went, yeah, these instructions for assembling, you know, a shelf are kind of, they don't look quite like the shelf. And if they're done in this, yeah, that would make sense. I don't think they actually do it to real scale either, but yes. Anyways, perspective projections lose this convenience in order to create something a more realistic impression of how we see them. In doing so, result in a problem. We need some way to judge distances when looking at a perspective drawing. Foreshortening, the bane of all artists. Not entirely the bane, because I mean you can make foreshortening hands and have truly pain unrivaled. In perspective projections, we can only usefully measure the distance of an edge that runs fully perpendicular to the viewer's line of sight, and those edges that don't slant towards or away from the viewer through the depth of the scene. For all other edges that aren't restricted to this fairly limited set of orientations, measuring the length of the line on the page will only give us part of the story. What we still have the other unseen components which cannot be perceived in the limited 2D dimensions we're drawing in. Foreshortening is the term we use to describe the other visual cues that can help us understand how much longer the edge actually is relative to the part we're able to see. We've actually encountered one manifestation of foreshortening where we discuss the degree shift in the context of ellipses and cylinders. The amount of which the far ellipses become wider than the closer tells us which of the lengths of the cylinder really is only as long as we can see on the page, or if there is considerably more being hidden. There is, however, another more prominent way in which we can see how foreshortening the form is. Let me get this little image. As things move further away, they appear smaller. At the center of perspective projection, there exists a single rule from which every other rule stems. As things move farther away, they appear smaller to the viewer. At its simplest level, we can think about it as it applies to the whole object. If an object is closer, it appears bigger. If an object is further, it appears smaller. Beyond that, however, this rule applies not only to the whole objects, but also to all the individual components, as well as the distances between these individual components. As the object moves further away, those individual components start pulling closer together. The same goes for entirely separate objects. Two objects are placed 1 meter apart and are moved away from the viewer while maintaining the 1 meter distance. For the viewer, they appear to be moving through the gap is getting smaller the further back it moves. Eventually, as objects move so far apart, the distance between them, which is still 1 meter, is imperceivable to the viewer, is imperceivable from where the viewer is. This point at which the distance between the objects appears to be zero, the objects themselves converge together to a single point is known as vanishing point. Yep. That's way back there. Which doesn't exist in real life, but is always used. Vanishing points. As a vanishing point is the point to which any set of parallel edges will eventually converge. Looking at the example, we have two characters on the same height, positioned at different distances to the viewer. We can also plot a series of parallel lines in 3D space from the location on top of that. This is really word salad, and I think I might want to skip it. I'll power through. I will power through. Looking at the example above, we have two characters the same height position different distances from the viewer. We could plot a series of parallel edges in 3D space from a location on top of the closer character to the location of the farther character. For the example, the top of the one's head to the or the wrists on the others, and so on. If we continue this, we'll find that from the viewer's eyes, the distance between these edges continue to shrink until they finally converge at a single point, which is marked as VP, as applied to a box. I'm here for drawing boxes, man. Oh, Closing up some of these. Box. All hail the box. Looking at the same situation, but with a simple box, we can see it features 3 separate sets of edges, which matches up with X, Y, and Z dimensions of the 3D space. Each set is composed of edges that are parallel to one another in 3 dimensions, and which converge towards their own shared vanishing point, then draws as lines on a flat plane. It's how quickly these convergences and how far off or how close the vanishing point is actually to the form in question that allows the viewer to gauge how long each edge actually is. The more rapidly the convergence, we sometimes refer as dramatic foreshortening, the more the edge exists in depth dimension, and so the longer it is physically and gradually convergence, which is referred to as shallow foreshortening. The closer an edge length is to what we can actually see or measure on the page. I'm going to draw this out actually. So drastic foreshortening is like you have point here. Actually, yeah, I have an idea of what they're trying to say, but I'm not seeing it because they have so much word salad about like making sure they're precise about every single thing, but not actually explaining it. Like it's explained in there if you know what they're talking about. Not. Like, is the example they gave shallow or dramatic? Like, it'd be nice if they actually put a label on that. The more rapidly the converges. So, I assume what they mean by rapidly. So, we have these edges, and we have, like, the vanishing point right there. So, here's this dramatic foreshortening. And that regards, is this shallow? I don't know. Name your axes. Well, neither of these are very shallow. Anyways. Oh, God. Pain. Okay. Horizon line. While in this course it is not particularly interested in being hyper accurate at where exactly our vanishing points fall, there is some basic rule of thumb that we can keep in mind, which revolves around the concept of horizon line. Well, horizon lines can mean a few different things. We'll get into this a little later. For our purposes here, we can define it as a far edge of the ground plane, that is, the far edge of it infinitely far away. In this context, the ground plane is just a flat surface upon which we are standing, with our head level and not tilted away. If this set of edges governed by a given vanishing point was parallel to the ground, then the vanishing point will fall somewhere within the horizon line. We can see that this is an example above the vanishing point to the very far left and the very far right. If the set edge in question is tilting upwards relative to the ground plane, then the vanishing point will be somewhere above the horizon line. If the set of edges in question is tilted downwards relative to the ground plane, then the vanishing point will be somewhere between the horizon line and, like the lower vanishing point in the example above. There's no images to these ones, where the edges are fully perpendicular to the ground plane. What happens when a set of edges rotate? This is something we're going to delve more and much more deeply in the next page, but there are two main things to keep in mind. A vanishing point's perspective in the composition depends on how the edges it covers are orientated to 3D space. So the edges rotate on their orientation changes, and its vanishing point will move. For some examples, as if shown in the example below, we have a box that is being rotated around its vertical axis. The two sets of horizontal edges will rotate, resulting in their orientation changing. Since they're only rotating around the vertical axis, they won't tilt upwards or downwards. They remain on the horizon line, along which they will slide. And as box rotates clockwise, the vanishing point will slide towards the right. Though in this example below, both sets of edges rotate the same consistent amount, their vanishing points will actually move at different rates, which quickly then slide around the horizon. There's an image for this. I mean, it doesn't explain much, but it'll give me a break from talking for a second. I mean, I guess it makes sense when you actually look at it like that. I don't know why they put that at the bottom of the page. Further away from, though the example below, both sets of edges rotate at the same consistent amount. Their vanishing points will actually move at different rates. How quickly they slide around the horizon depends on where in the frame they are. The left vanishing point moves towards the center. It will slow down, moving less and less for every degree of the box rotation. Conversely, the right one will speed up further away from the center and continue off past the right side of the composition frame. It will slide more and more for every degree the box rotates. The fact that the vanishing points slide more further out to the side and less closer to the center is all we actually need to know in order to be able to rotate our forms accurately enough. In this next page, we'll be using particular behavior to explore the concept of vanishing points at infinity and how they can lay the foundation for 1, 2, and 3-point perspective grids. They're commonly taught to students. Oh boy. Whoops. One thing I will say about like vanishing points, they aren't really the end all be all. Like even horizon lines. I've tried to look up this artist the other day. He died recently. Kim Jong-gi. I remember him specifically, or Kim Jong-gi. I remember him specifically because of the way he talked about placing stuff in a scene. Which effectively is everything in the scene is put in its own perspective reference. I'm just going to find something that kind of shows. What I'm talking about. It has to be one of the larger ones. Like, perspective is a really tricky thing. The 1, 2, and 3-point stuff is used a lot, mostly for architectural drawings, to be honest. Because it needs to be precise in what you're trying to show there. But it doesn't look like the real world at all. Is this a good one? Yeah, okay. This is a good one. This is exactly what I'm kind of going on about. I mean, it's a good starting tool, but maybe kind of sort of. But you're not going to put vanishing points for this entire drawing on here. The best you get is you take each one of these, like a horizon line. You're not going to find one. Like, the way to put he kind of draws is that we make the mistake, because of how our eyes work, of picking a point and then drawing around that. But that isn't how we actually look at the world, because even just shifting a little bit, this is wrong compared to where we're looking at now. And like everything kind of works on a curve in his work for like these sort of scenes, where if you take it as a chunk, it's in its own perspective, and like you could possibly do that sort of perspective stuff, but then you just move a little bit, and none of that frame of reference works with like this thing over here, and definitely not this over here. Like, how would you say that this is flat ground? You know that it's flat ground, and like that it's like possibly curving up a little bit here. But like right here is flat ground, right here is flat ground. But it's all organic and kind of, how to put it, varied. But working on it as per individual thing, like, oh, this should be like this, like this. Everything is in its own little box that kind of conforms to the, that is grounded in the image, but is definitely in its own little perspective box. And that depends on where you're looking at it compared to like the center of the screen. And like 5-point won't get you there. What might kind of get you there, but it's not getting this. That's my rant. Individually, vanishing points kind of work. In an entire piece, you have to cheat. Unless you're doing an architectural drawing. Anyways, let me actually update this one. Okay. I'm pretty sure the homework is going to be boxes. But let us continue on to the next part. Boxes, rotation, perspective, grids, and the concept of infinity. Oh, this is a lot of pages. I may have to skip out of getting the images. Understanding rotation. At the end of the last section, we looked at how vanishing points behave as the edges they govern rotated 3D space. Here we're going to explore why they behave inconsistently, sliding around the horizon line at different rates depending on where they are. The explanation for how this will be quite heavily theoretical. You know, the second they say theoretical, I just want to skip it. Oh, yeah. I think I'm just going to go to the homework for this. Because I don't want to get into the minutiae of this. This isn't helping me at all. This isn't helping the stream. Like, we have the understanding perspective where... Like, I'll put this on here. Perspective falls to this. You're mapping a point from here to here to here. That's all you need to know. The fact that like it rotates and it moves its vanishing point does not help us in any way, shape, or form. Like it's true, kind of, sort of, but it's not helping us. That's all we need to know. It's coming from the viewer. We're taking the edge, and this is where it is. And this concept of like these things right here help us figure out how things are put in there. I'm not going to lament on this too much longer. Like, I honestly think if somebody reading through this might just quit at this point, because it's like, what am I drawing? I don't like these sections at all. They're factually correct, but they're correct in the frame of like trying to describe it in how you would make a projection system in a programming language. It's not helping me like, how do I draw the line? I'm here to draw the line. You're supposed to be telling me how to draw the line. Like, I could read through all this and I won't even remember it 5 minutes from now because there's nothing grounded. There's nothing here that I would come back and reference to understand something. Anyways. Okay, yep, okay. The points of perspective where we just take out more vanishing points in order to properly flesh them out. Okay, boxes. Additional notes? Nope, I'm not doing any additional notes. Boxes, homework. Okay, this is a big one. I think I'll probably end after this. And then technically lesson 1 will be done, so good point. But, oh, I'm not happy with the fact that they had to describe the million ways you can describe how to project something. I don't think it's helpful in trying to... I can draw the boxes on how they tell me how to draw them, and I don't need theory behind it. Like, I find that a big miss. Everything else I liked about this so far, but... oh, that's rough. Anyways. 1 page with plotted perspective exercise. Let's get into that. Okay, setting up the page into 3 sections. Assuming you're working on an A4 8.5 by 11 piece of printer paper divided into 3 rectangles using your ruler. Take your time with this and try your best to keep the horizontal and vertical lines perpendicular to each other. As you notice, I misjudged the spacing. I don't care on that one. So it doesn't matter about if they're exactly the same, but they should try to be the same. From here on out, the instructions are going to focus on a single instance of the exercise. In the first frame, you'll of course then go on to repeat the steps for the other 2 frames. Draw a horizontal line somewhere near the center of the frame. This doesn't need to be perfectly centered, so don't worry about if you're off by a bit. Do take care to keep the perpendicular to the vertical edges of the frame and parallel to your horizontal line edge, or at least to the best of your ability. There's something I'll be saying a lot through this course. Do your best to your current ability. What that really means is giving yourself lots of time and don't rush. Sorry, that isn't working out. Once the horizontal line is drawn, place a vanishing point on either end close to the edge of the frame. Placement of vanishing points. Before we continue this exercise, let's take a look at the moment to discuss how we think about the placement of vanishing points. The video link to this page will... nope. Well, in this exercise, we'll be keeping the vanishing points within the frame. This is actually not normally going to be the case, as it tends to lead to distortion. Yeah, this is another thing. Like, vanishing points are not commonly put on a page, because it gets it comes off as weird. Just the way we see most things that would have a vanishing point would not be in the frame of reference that we see it as per this given. Like everything in the box. Nothing curves, but everything curves with our eyes. What I mean by that, this is kind of my pet peeve. We never see lines straight unless we're looking at them direct on. The way our eye works is it's a circle. It's a sphere. And it has an aperture at the front that is also spherical. So, like, literally, just try to think of the current room you're in. What at the corners of your vision do the corners of your room look like if they're, like, slightly outside of, like, your main focal vision? They look like this. If you were to be honest, like, they stay the same size going across, and then they slowly creep together at the top and bottom of your vision. This is kind of why all this vanishing point on a horizon, all this stuff fails, is because it doesn't look real to our eyes, because everything's always slightly curved. Like, I remember in some art classes, I was the only person who understood this because I've really thought about, like, isn't it weird that door frames, like, are really big at the top, or really small at the top when you go through, but, like, really whatever? Just because I was thinking about, like, at edges of view stuff. But it makes perfect sense once you realize our eyes are curved. And they distort everything coming at it in that way. It gives artists a lot more freedom to work with, and like you kill everything by doing a lot of perfect perspective because our brain doesn't like it. It has a odd feeling to it. Anyways. Also on horizon line, like, just one more on that. Like, the horizon line, as you look down, will start slowly going like this. Like, it will be very subtle, but it will curve as you look down. And it will bow as you look up. Just the reality of curved lens taking in information from a 3D environment. Which gets back to, like, orthographic view and all that. Anyways. You know, my voice is dying. I've hit my 4-hour mark. I think I'm going to do the first one and then I'm going to call it, because... Yeah, the reading I did not like doing towards the end. Well, we'll see how this goes. Maybe I finish this up because I won't be, you know, saying everything. Boop, boop. Okay. Placement of vanishing points. The video, 90 degrees. Okay, well, what do you want us to do? Like, this is my classic... This happens at jobs. Hey, to put it up. As I was going to the store to pick up some watermelon, I saw some strawberry. Or I was thinking, maybe I should get some strawberries. And that's when the engine made this weird noise. But so anyways, I got into the store and I saw the strawberries were on sale. And, you know, this Saturday we're going to have a cake. So I think it's going to be a strawberry cake. So can you look at the car because it did something funny? The takeaway from that whole story was, like, the engine was making a really weird noise on the road. But it's completely lost because all the other information shoved in about it. So what do you want us to do? This is also why I'm very terrible with tutorials nowadays, because people try to show all the extra stuff, and like I'm guilty of this too, because I want to like explain other parts about it. But when you have no idea what's going on, it's all just noise, and you just tune out. So for all this talk about here's what perspective things are, all the guy wanted us to do, draw a horizontal line. Here's your vanishing points. Draw this. Connect them. Did we need to know all that theory behind it for this? Not in the slightest. And then we're going to make it into a cube by doing this. Like, he does a lot of good writing, and I don't know why he got so technical that, like, nobody's going to appreciate that unless you already know all this stuff. So I'm a bit confused upon this. Like, if he was going to be breaking it up pertaining to sections later, like, let's rotate this cube. Here's this information of weirdness that happens when you rotate the cube. That's the time to bring it in. Because we're just drawing these lines to the points. We didn't know about angular problems that come in with sides and all that. So anyways, let us draw 3 sections on this paper. I have a particular thing. Like, would somebody make something and you're expecting other people to follow, it should at the very least have the quickest setup time as possible. Because otherwise, they might waste hours. Oh, I screwed that up. Well, whatever. Because otherwise, they're just wasting their time. Like, if it's like set up in such a way that they might honestly not be able to do it, and they waste several hours trying to go tilt at it and only find out, oh, I needed to know how to do this stuff. And yeah, strawberries they hunted. So, okay. So he wants us to stack boxes. Like, put them on top of each other. So this is the end result. And we're going to do this twice for 3 images. So we put down a box. We have it go to its vanishing lines. Put down another box that isn't intersecting with that box. Have it go to vanishing lines. So on and so forth. Easy peasy. Today is blue. And we'll put the vanishing points right there. Right there. Okay. So let's use this purple. So we draw this line. And we draw it going to there. No, keep the bad line. Whoop. Whoop. Boop. Boop. Get a little off. Chop off that. And then draw those lines. I think I'm just going to use one. One. And there we get our last edge over there. Which, unironically, is how it would go. It would bow in more if you could see through it. It's a little weird, but it is how it goes. Okay, anyways. So now we need to draw more boxes. Let's put this at 2. So let's draw a box behind here. Wow. I think we're supposed to shade aside. Sure. I can hatch. And draw a line. And draw a line. And that was a little off because it's, well, it's practically on a horizon. And choose that. Choose that. Boop, boop, boop. And I'm going to make that 1 again. And this one goes back here. Straight down. How about red? Make that 2 again. This one's just behind right there. That was a bad line. Draw there. Let me... There, I feel better now. Okay, red. Say right... That's not red. There we go. Red right about there. And red right about there. So now we go like this. Now like this. This is the messiest. Like, I can't even tell in the back. This would be easier on paper, unironically. So I can't find where anything is. Okay. There. But yeah, I would say, once again, perspective is per object based in any real sense. And anything other than that, it gets kind of weird. I mean, we could just go wholesale and say perspective is weird, which is kind of underselling it. And maybe... Yeah, I messed that one up. Maybe like the 2D, 3D stuff kind of helps, but like I'm all for having little things that beginners use to get by, because they, as I said, you have to crawl before you can walk. But I think this kind of, like, that whole entire section is a confusing mess. Even like, I understand it, I just don't know why they're really harping on it. And I think any beginner would go like, maybe I don't want to do this anymore. And even if you did do it, you're going to find yourself like, why doesn't this actually like look good? It like all looks stilted and like doesn't make sense. Like, well, the further they get on, I think that they'd be like, oh, this is working perfectly fine. But that's not it. Don't hit the button. Okay, like that. And then... Ooh. I think the most we're getting on here is 4. Okay. On to this one. Let's go with this green. It's yellow. Yellow-brown. Do they have any variants on this? No, not really. Boop. Boop. Start proud here. Yeah, otherwise, I still think this is good stuff. That was a kind of bad one. Let's say right there. Just that whole bit is confusing to me on so many levels. I would like to know why they went on to it so much. But I doubt I'm going to find anybody like actually saying why they thought it. Ooh, that was a bad one. It was so important that they scare everyone off with a bunch of math. Because that's the worst thing you do to an artist, is try to get math involved. All we need to know is half, a third, an eighth, and a sixth. And maybe a tenth if you're being very interesting. And you could use that for most of body proportions. Oh, let's have one below the horizon. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so we have that, and go to that, like that. I am not doing great with these. And I think, honestly, I can only go like 3 to a page, because there's nothing worthwhile here. Add black. Use the full arm. I probably put it down, but oh wait, I can just undo. Like Kim Joon-gi, his main thing when like describing how he went in the process is put a little one of yourself into the world, and then look at how that object would be from that perspective, and move him around. And that's how you should like figure out where things are drawn. Which might get a little bit into like, you know, some of the stuff. But yeah. I can add one more. Why did you move? I hate when it does that. I don't like that you can move palette stuff around. Because I don't know how to do it. It only happens randomly. Features in programs that you aren't told how to use them or how to turn them off. They're great. Okay. That goes down. Okay, for giggles, let's put this one really far down. I have a straight edge like no other. Let's start with orange. I am not good at this. Draw a line. Here. Here. It will be a semi-stick of butter. That one's done. Tiny one. Let's see how badly this gets. That's actually not too terrible. Okay. And that's a... Yeah, that's a... Okay, one more. I think we're supposed to do this twice. Was it? Nope, just one page. Okay. This is just one I just don't have room for. It isn't working in this environment. Oop. Boop. 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 Wow, I am really batting 1,000. It has been like 4.5 hours. Almost 4.5 hours. But it's all practice. I don't know how much I really am going to get out of that. As I said before, I typically... Did I really? I think it'd be more there. Not that matters. Okay. So this mess is done. Yeah, you really can't see anything, nor on that first one. I think I'd need like double the canvas size, but then that'd be a hard stream into this window. Okay. Rough perspective. 2 pages of this. Now that you've gotten used to vanishing points in a direction, explicit fashion, let's look into removing those training wheels and you'll try to estimate the convergence a little. You'll find this pattern to my approach. I'll introduce some rigid technical tools and gradually remove them so they can push these mechanics into your subconscious. Okay, that's making sense as why you're hitting this hard. But I think it's a little, that the whole technical rotate thing was a little too much too quick. The goal of this entire course is to make it so you don't have to consciously think about how things need to be drawn and focus on that so you can maximize the flow state where you're most creative. Oops. Sorry. In order to achieve the goal, you will need to be hyper attentive to everything we do throughout this course. So draw frames like before. Draw the horizontal line and one vanishing point in the middle of the page. Then we draw a random rectangle and draw towards the single vanishing point in the middle. But we will stop and not draw all the way to it. Okay. And You know what? I'm just going to... There we go. Now this one should be a little more... I can actually do 5 on here. So, draw a box. Goes down to there, goes down to there. Voop, voop. Draw a box. Whoop. Don't draw all the way to it. Okay. Draw a box. Draw a box. I don't know how to say draw a box in other languages, so I can't make that joke. Draw the boxu. Okay, just to make sure that I'm doing this right. Okay, so after you draw it all, you want to use a ruler and see how much you sucked. Oh, that one sure sucked. Whoop. That one actually is probably the same angle, yeah. So quite terrible at this exercise, as you can see. Okay, let's have a brown horizon line. Green. No, keep it. Okay, whatever. Boop, boop, boop. Oh. It helps if I, when I draw the box, I complete drawing the box and I draw the edges of the box. But I am here to draw the box. That one's a little short. Okay. It's always that very minor angle that gets me. Like, this one's going to be messed up. Closer than most, but yeah. That one's actually surprisingly on. Broken clock. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Overall, honestly, I think this is a pretty good exercise. Only because you have to kind of think of the shape and then you get to see how bad you thought of it. Because as I said before, individually framed, like if we had a perspective point for each of these boxes, so they went about, it'd make more sense. Like, as I said with curving, the ones on the left, honestly, would curve more to the right. Slowly, but surely. As their vantage point, even if they were parallel to each other. And the human eye would buy that more than what we're doing here. But yeah, it kind of advanced. Yeah, that's not it. I think part of it is also because I do sprites so much. I don't work with a perspective. Yeah, I think I might call it after this one. My voice is dead. I'm not saying much, but my voice is dead and I don't like it hurting when I talk. That's just bad. Okay, let's do the red lines. Yeah. But also, like, it shouldn't happen to me because I talk to no one in a week. Yeah. What are you talking about? I'm going to splash Monster on it. Am I muted? Oh, okay. 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 So that's that. I am just going to do a quick look over what the other ones would be. So that exercise, pretty alright. Then we do the rotated ones. Okay, that's kind of why it is. And they want us to produce this. Blah. And the last one is organic perspective, which... yeah, organic perspective is more in line. I remember this one. This one was very interesting. Organic perspective is kind of what I was talking about before. Because these are all in their own perspective, but following, like, fitting into the scene. It's like they all have their own vanishing points. They're all turning. And they're following this, like, so the size should be decreasing as you go back and getting bigger as it come forward. Like, an understanding like this is what it should be going for. So, okay, he does get into some of that. Because 2D, 3D... perspective, as I said, is kind of an outdated... like, I don't even think it was good at the time. But it's as a jumping off point, like, yeah, this is the simplest way you could do this, but it doesn't actually... you don't want to use it beyond, like, be showing you how to do it. Okay. Anyways. Whoop. With that, I'm going to say thank you for joining. I'm a little sad I didn't finish up this current lesson, but throat dying, and I'm a little bit mad I had to go through all the random perspective rotation stuff in one giant chunk. So, it is what it is. But I have done 4.5 hours, and that qualifies as a marathon to me. I probably could have gone further if I didn't have to talk about that giant section. Because that killed me. Anyways. Without ado, have a good day. And I'll see you next time.